Day 9. So here's what's up. We're doing Summer Like the Season stuff. New single. It's called Quit Your Day Job. Needs some more streamage. So let's, little group effort. You can get feedback. Just hit the feedback command. It'll drop my email in chat. You send it to me. We listen to it. I tell you what's up with your track. The little promotional thing right now is if you subscribe and gift a sub, you can send me stems and I will do a tutorial mix live on stream for you. How cool. How cool is that? It's Saturday. Let's see what happens. Sometimes Saturdays are hype. Sometimes they're the opposite of hype. So we're going to see. Cool. Ads. Conclave. Yeah, I just got him. Looks cool. We were tinkering with a flow chart today. Looks cool. Cool, bro. Ah, Rusty. Hey, just right out of the gate, you're back in the game doing pure evil. I don't know. We were like, yeah, is it an arse pain? Man, I'm joking. You just went and did this. Everything's a pain in the ass. That's wild. Its only job. It's got one job. I don't know. It seems like it sparked something in your mind, though. You're just doing this. Oh, yeah, like nasty. Hell yeah. I don't know. This is an idea. We've got a line on publicity, and there's like a little like potential finance thing too. So I'm trying to, I don't know. It might be worth doing. I don't really think it needs to be mobile, in all honesty. I know that everything's mobile, but this is like sit down on a computer and do it. It's oh, it should work on mobile as well. Great. But I don't know, I see it as more of like a professional class kind of deal. User interface. Summer can do UI. Ah, Jesus, look at this. Look at this code. Oh, Summer knows code. That is within the purview. All right. Well, Conclave and I are discussing in a text doc. Hell yeah. Just reference the text table. Just constantly refer. Yeah, it's crap. So, I mean, like, full thing, this can be kind of. If it's crap and it can just do its. Basically, my whole, like, PR stunt is to use a piece of shit to do its bare minimum work. And then I can get press. Okay. Yeah, the bulk email thing. Okay, I'll figure out the email allow users. I'd also be fine with like generating the email and then just doing copy paste. No, absolutely no CCs for sure. You know, if it can just pop out. Yeah, I'm totally fine with that. It's still a huge time saver. If it can just spit out a table. Yeah, it's slow, but it's also like in the current way of doing it, it would be like easy. It would just okay. All right. Progress bar. This is an overnight render. Let me send you a flow chart. Flow doc. Okay. I mean, that's pretty fucking close to the existing flow. Email first. Is I mean, is text easier? Then yeah. Um However, not hard. Okay. There's kind of like, I don't know. I see it as there is like an absolute dog shit beta that basically just needs to work enough for me to for this to be even worth considering doing. Dog shit beta that kind of does these tasks. Basically what a booking agent does. With that kernel of dog shit, I can do. Okay, it'll kind of do that task probably now. Okay. If I can get it to succeed in working, which I think it will with those bare parameters, I can pitch a I can pitch a story to national press and then seek proper financing to do a like a refined version that isn't purely dog shit. Okay. Okay. No. I'm not calling it dog shit, you know? I'm just saying that the barrier of entry, and like, yeah, this is slick. There's like a lot more going on. I gave you like a very broad concept and you like expanded on it beyond you know, like kind of towards like a more refined version of what I was looking for. Cause that fucking rules. And yeah, this is like a, you know, it would be first to market for this kind of thing. So that's pretty fucking. It's a little edge there. People love that shit. You know what else people love? Ads. Your ads. What's up, Muty? Tonight might be the night. All right. I am prepared. I am prepared for the stems. Let's see if it happens. Okay. I can work with those. And it's also, I don't know, for the sake of like a personal tutorial, it's cool to get that. I can if I see weird shit in the individual parts, then that's a really hands-on way of getting a feel for it. That's awesome. I think it'll be cool. Okay, and I also have news for the believers. After 1 week of data between quit your day job and mental, we are actually neck and neck performance wise between just streaming every day and going on tour. So if we can just keep it going, we could pull this one off. Here's the link. My revolutionary sound. I listen to a lot of revolutionary sounds. Hey, Black. I don't know if you saw my reply to you last night. Kojak is the dude that can do audio sync like a wizard. Sigma. All right. This is a pretty hype Saturday. Sometimes Saturdays are dead because y'all are, partying, having a life. This is not one of those Saturdays. Hell yeah. All right. It's audio time. Ah, felt. Disciplined for the blow up. Okay. A big sleep in. I woke up at 9. So I'm even more degen. Damn, you're so productive. You might be the most powerful Sigma grind set individual on this stream. Incredible work. No, never mind. Muty. Muty has the most Sigma energy. Not sleeping. Maximum productivity. All right. 9 p.m. bedtime? Hell yeah. Hmm. Oh, Black, it's Kojak who's super good at sync. I didn't touch the mix anymore. I haven't made any questionable purchases recently. Hell yeah, some WMD stuff. No, I am fully out of buying Eurorack. Haven't in a few years. Definitely had my time in the game. I am set. Oh yeah, band practice, you noticed all the hanging out? We enjoy we're doing like we're learning a couple of new songs, so there's a lot of Euro crack. There's a lot of like talking about how things are gonna go. No, that's so fucking funny. Um yeah. So like the learning sessions are definitely, you know, really heavy on the hang as opposed to like running the set. It's a little more down to business.
Dedicated to all the raiders in the nation.
What's up, Max? Today's a good day.
This one's dedicated to all the raiders in the nation.
Since yesterday.
This one is dedicated to all the raiders in the nation.
Yeah, I mean, it fucking bangs. Low end is so clean. Sub is pushing super hard. Like in a way that, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, Sonics are really good. I just foresee the, the nudging. You like to nudge and rearrange and stuff. I'll save these settings to the absolute best of my ability for content, for conclave content down the line. Which I will not do for other people for this stream promotion. Just gonna put that out there. Clip it. This is Conclave exclusive. But yeah, it just fucking bangs. And it's your scoochies that give me fucking nightmares. You're a scoochy one. Alright. So, folks, you can send in tracks for feedback. Yeah, the scoochies. Scooching. Back and forth. Up, down. Okay, New Summer Like the Season is out. Quit your day job. It is... Oh, you don't have scoochy? Scooch is a great word. Hell yeah. We're all learning. New Summer Like the Season is out. It's called Quit Your Day Job. And it is 1 week old. And it is very close to performing well in the algorithm. It needs a push. We got people watching the stream right now. Hit that button, hit play. Hit follow, hit like, put it in a playlist. So scoot is different than scooch. Just in the kind of like the context of how you would use it. C drive. Document Studio. Okay, so yeah, stream, feedback, and also for anyone who subscribes and gifts a sub, you can send me stems and I will do a tutorial mix on your mix on stream. Hard to say when a scooch is too much. Sometimes it's like, I think that like the thing that I say is that there is a point at which something will not get better or worse. It will be different. You know, like I think that sometimes people are like searching for like this move that's going to fundamentally tip like a binary of like this was bad, but now it's good because I made this change. But there is a point at which it is purely a change in the rearrangement of its matter, but it still has core. There are just core unmoving things that are, so you're not going to redefine it. You will just make it slightly different. And then so it's like, you know, are we looking at, so then it's just like oh my guy, that's just a whole new, if it changes, I don't care, Conclave, you could do whatever you want, but any change in the arrangement and new sounds and shit, that absolutely changes the mix. You know this. We'll just mix it again. It'll be like all Conclave content. We'll just do it again and again. I'm fine with it. I've resigned myself to it. A life of Conclave. So, okay. Thank you for saving me the 2 minutes it takes to gain stage. That's gonna really add up. Um, but yeah, so if you find yourself like scooching and you're not looking to just change it, like make something slightly different, but you're looking for like a tip from good to bad, it's like either like psychologically accept that there is no binary there, or go like, okay, if it's just essentially something is not feeling right or good, then start over. That's like a start over point. Ah, the dense 8 bar. That's definitely a thing. Okay. Ads. Oh, we got a track from Max. Sweet.
I don't know how to say goodbye. I just can't find a way to tell you. I'm trying to live my life without you. I still don't know where to go from here. I don't know how to say goodbye. I just can't find a way to tell you. I'm trying to live my life without you. I still don't know where to go from here. Last year felt so timeless. What's the story behind this? I wish you changed it with kindness, but instead you tried to deny it. I can tell I'm wasting your time. It lasted just for a while. I used to think that you're mine, but time spoke a different line. We pretend to be somebody else, waking up with every other girl, trying hard not to let it go. Is this the way? Is this the way we grow? Sitting around, waiting for the world to come down, to fall out. Tell me, what is this about? I don't know how to say goodbye. I just can't find a way to tell you. I'm trying to live my life without you. I still don't know where to go from here. It's a bad day to wake up when you're not here anymore, and I'm now on my own. I feel like I've been here before. It's a bad day to wake up when you're not here anymore, and I'm now on my own. I feel like I've been here before. I don't know how to say goodbye. I just can't find a way to tell you. I'm trying to live my life without you. I still don't know where to go from here. I don't know how to say goodbye. I don't know how to say goodbye.
This is good, Max. I like you're really leaning into the pop punk. And like you're making a lot of like really good decisions a lot faster, just as far as like sound selection and tone. Mix is pretty good. Um I feel like okay, just a few things. The kick and bass side chain feels a little bit unnatural for the style. It's a little bit heavy handed, and I would just back off the gain reduction like a little bit. And then to get the kick to punch through the mix more, I would add like a beater sample, or like raise the volume of the beater sample, or look at like the top end of the kick and get like clicky kick a little more in the mix, instead of trying to get it to punch through the bass so hard. Because yeah, that amount of pump just feels a little bit unnatural for the style. Vocals sound good. I like the guitar tones. Snare could probably use like a little more like sizzle and crack. 1.5K, 2K, 3K, kind of look around there, and just a teeny tiny bit more on the snare to just push it through the mix. And then the most effective thing that this mix does is it withholds the bass and then brings the bass in on some drops and choruses. That makes the mix and the song feel alive. But that's like 2 moments. All in all, I think that that's really cool and good. but I think that the mix lacks that level of drama from moment to moment. So I think that this is a very good static mix, but it does feel a little bit, because, when we take like something like a pop punk down to its bare elements, there is just not much there, as far as things like, it's a repetitive riff. Generally speaking, the vocal line is repetitive. The drum beat is generally nothing, no, there's not a lot breaking it up. Musically, it's very, very simple. But when we listen to like be it like a Tom Lord Algae or a Chris Lord Algae, like a modern pop punk mix, Blink 182, the last record, the real Blink 182, the one with Miss You on, with Tom. Or like your Sum 41s or whatever. You hear like, because the musical elements are so simple. All right? There is so much happening in the mix with like effects automation, level automation, and ear candy. Things that kind of heighten. That's like what takes like a punk to that pop punk sheen is those little movements in post. So, first off, I had to look for like some fun effects to kind of like, make a couple of effects buses, bring in some wacky shit, flangers, choruses, pitch shifting, all of that stuff, and just experiment with just like throwing, throw a send, take guitar and vocal, or just vocal, or drums even, and hit them with those effects, mix them in, just to bring in a little bit of variation in the mix. That's obviously like very dramatic. That's very heightened. And you do it like once or twice in the song. And then, I'd kind of build like a couple of, sound banks that way, bring in some juice, to just keep it interesting throughout. And then I would go into, like guitars, and just see if you can nudge them around a little bit. Do like an automated EQ. I'd look at like that 1 to 2K, excitement band, and just see if you can kind of play with how they present in the mix. Like, especially that solo at the end, it feels very flat. And just bringing in some edge or like parallel distortion, saturation, or just a simple EQ boost to kind of make it, again, just feel like things are punching in, and getting the mix feeling a little more alive and dynamic. Then I think that it's like, that really heightens this to a whole other level. I think right now it's very good, but because you have something very good, it is a foundational thing to make something like truly memorable. I mean, I'm okay with all of your, all of the dirty words are very cool. Big fan of the fuck word. No hate speech. Basic TOS stuff. That's a weird first chat. How fucking awful. Holy fucking shit. The compressor. Hell yeah. I don't know. I mean, I guess you can. That's fine. But don't like bother people with it. Filthy. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Hypothetically. I mean, that's fine. I'd say that that's like right on the edge. But I don't know. Someone once sent a file, like, people send me files, so they don't always check the file names. And someone once sent a track that was just like a normal instrumental track, but it was just, they had named it The Sound of Cum. And that was really funny. So, like, cum is fine, ejaculating is fine. Just don't be obnoxious about it. I think that that's the rules. If we're going to do stream rules. Yeah, sure, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I mean, I don't know. Then I'll have like an aesthetic question of like, is everything just built around being edgy? And then is there, like, what purpose does this serve? That'll be the pushback. You can say it. Hmm. I don't know. Do they sound good? Debatable. Send one. Here's how you send. Yeah, Sigma. I, I think people can say whatever the fuck they want. Yeah, everyone tells me I look like Aphex Twin because I do look like Aphex Twin. I mean, I think that you have every single right to, but I would question, why? To what end? But I do not care. Right. If you've got like a fucking musical banger that absolutely rules and it's called My Mom's Cum Sock, then hell yeah. All for it. But otherwise seems silly. I mean, if it's good. These are a lot of what ifs. Send your music. Damn, Conclave. Killing it. What if? The what if machine. Damn. Sigma is challenging. Sent it. It is not in my inbox. Here it is. All right. Enable downloads. eTune Music. I am actually a mastering engineer. Hell yeah. Well, good for Kevin. Right on, eTune. Yeah, for sure. I mean, so the thing is that the first step in any like good mastering engineer would take is to evaluate a mix. Like that's what I do, and that's who everyone that does like top-notch work evaluate a mix before they take your money. Do revision, like send revision notes. I do that part on stream.
Computer user, trust me.
Somebody's boss. I need more
Conclave, are you in chat? We get to do it. For Kevin. Cool. eTune, can you enable downloads or send me a file? Yeah. Cool. Thank you, eTune.
celery. I got bad dreams, so I never sleep. Don't tell me this is healthy. I got no love, no empathy. I just don't care about anything. Waste days, no wasting away. It's the same shit, never changes. I got burn holes in my memories. I drink local, smoke celery. I got bad dreams, so I never sleep. Don't tell me this is healthy. I got no love, no empathy. I just don't care about anything. Waste days, no wasting away. It's the same shit, never changes.
Yeah, eTune's right. Also, with all of my D to A routing, it's the best way for me to listen to it in high quality. When you just send me a link, I can tell you what it sounds like on a TV. Yeah, eTune, this is quite nice. Yeah, I delete the song later. No, I actually just I've spent 3 years just stealing everyone's precious SoundCloud raps. Okay, so eTune. Low end is good. That's going to be the hardest thing for you to hear and fix. The vocals I would control a little bit more. Two things could make this, just be a little, in the end, a little bit louder and have more dynamic range would be to decrease the dynamic range of the vocals. The lead vocal,
Don't tell me this is healthy.
I would put a dynamic EQ between 2 and 3K. Yeah, so like a soothe. I'd try that, or I'd try like a Fairchild type, like a Very Mu, LA2A, something very, very gentle, and just a little bit of gain reduction on that. And then the harmony vocal, when this comes in,
Waste days, no wasting away. It's the same shit, never changes.
we get like a lot of buildup in the low mids. We get buildup in the low mids, and we also just get buildup in overall volume, and just kind of shaving off some of that low mid energy, and then controlling that vocal swell a little bit more. You'll ultimately get a louder, cleaner final master. I work with a few people that do like very like intense like vocal overdubs and vocal loops and everything, and it's always a balancing act of getting the swell to feel like it's, getting bigger while also not creating like a crunch up of final loudness. So I think with a couple of like little tweaks right around there, overall stronger thing, but your core thing, very, very nice. The end, I feel like there's an opportunity for like some of the lead sparkly synths to have just like a little more like kind of like top end excitement. I'd take a look at like 4K. The really heavy transient synth, like a little tiny bit more, and then it would really. Yeah, I think it's the steel drum. Yep, steel drum for sure. Could use just a little teeny tiny. It's like it feels a little bit buried, and I feel like that's what's opening up that last moment. So a little more attention to it, and it could be super solid. That would just get it, I think, over the finish line. And yeah, so the volume envelopes turning the vocals up, maybe just a little less. And like at the big swell, also just pull it down in the low mids.
Fuck you. Here's a normal and good song since you're such a pussy.
Really low, mid, heavy, and super scooped out in the mids. Conclave, Fez. E-tune anytime. This is nice stuff. I don't know. Uh, okay. The Tale of Two New Chatters. E-Tune. Great chatter, great music. Big fan. I'm just gonna. Yeah. But yeah, I think just getting those vocal swells a little more in order, and then this whole thing will come up to final broadcast level quite nicely. It's good. Um, I mean, mastering can fix it for sure. It would be best to do it. Best practice would be to do it in the mix. Let me take a. Oh, we're talking about yeah, we're talking about the vocal swells. Absolutely. That's it. We're talking about the exact same thing at that point. You pull in those vocal swells, then you won't have that first off you're going to be able to get the the compressor won't over compress on the vocal swell. And also those vocals do kind of unnaturally pop out of the mix, like as is. So you're going to control a sonic issue in the mix, and then also get the benefit of having an overall increase in volume when the drop happens. Make it more dramatic. Yep. It'll sound better. The vocals will sound a little bit less like strident and pushed. So they'll sound better. And you'll also get nice, consistent volume. All right. Well, chat, you have love bombed the. I think that the drop is at a super nice level. And I feel like you're like the, in contrast, this section. That's like nice. It's a little bit lower than the drop, but we're still keeping energy. So like the contrast here we're just getting a little. They're pretty smooth, pretty even. We get some, like a little perceived drop, but we're not losing that much loudness. But this area is definitely.
Wasted, no wasting away to see she never changes.
Feels like we're losing momentum there. So just drop those vocal swells and we're cool. For sure, E-Tune. That would be, if you can, that is the best database, Conclave. Like, they've fucking got the shit. If you can find your way into there, that is definitely a data gold mine. Okay, so it is stream. It's Saturday. We're all having a party. You can send in tracks by hitting the feedback command. It'll give you my email address. It is the second week of the new Summer Like the Season song, Quit Your Day Job. It's time to push those numbers. I'm going to drop a link in chat. Right now, we've got nothing going on. It's the perfect time to hit play. Fair enough, Muty. Let's see. And for anyone who subscribes and gifts a sub, you can send in stems and I will do a tutorial mix on stream. How fun. What content. Such joy. I think I've got some food that has arrived. So I'm going to run ads. We love ads. Here are ads. Be back with food. Damn. Muty with the gifty. That's sweet. Yeah, if it's not scrapable. Understood. Just go through. Make fake automation. Muty's the good cop. Now food. Those are the rules. Okay, I need to eat some food really fast. I don't think an account comes with a CSV. I think that would be a manual. Um, manual endeavor. Yeah, a lot of copy paste. Is there any I mean if that's what it comes down to, I'll just do copy paste. It's like easy on I have an account, so it just displays the email on each listing, so I don't have to like dive into websites. It makes the app fast. So it's like it's about building like the initial repository. All right. Well, that's what it takes. Okay. It's a solid plan. I'll check my email too. All right. Enable downloads. Okay, yearly version like a touring Bible. It's all good. Okay, cool. That works great. Give me 1 second to eat a little bit, and then I'm good to go. Blood sugar crash. Yeah, I mean, Conclave, I could probably, gather that data in probably like a few days. If you're feeling like this is not a dumb thing to do, I think it'd be worth it. Input 10,000 entries. Okay, he doesn't think it's dumb. Secrets. We're doing secrets. I'll have an update in a little bit. Damn. UPS guy. Right on. You stay in chat and stay a good chatter for sure.
Never really saw you coming until you turned me around. Used to think I was nothing, but look at this love we found.
And location.
So give me your hand, like you took mine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, way up, no more tears. Oh, way up, no more tears. Take that chance, you'll be fine. No, I don't ever wanna see.
Oh, Conclave, it definitely needs to partition by city and state. American states are fucking huge. So that'll be definitely necessary in the table.
I wanna see you cry. Oh, way up, no more tears. Oh, way up, no more tears. Take that chance, you'll be fine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, way up, no more tears. Oh, way up, no more tears.
Genre heat map.
So give me your hand, like you took mine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, way up, no more tears. Oh, way up, no more tears. Take that chance, you'll be fine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, way up, no more tears. Oh, way up, no more tears. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, way up, no more tears. Oh, way up, no more tears.
Okay, so you've spent 20 minutes on this. Cool. Sounds like you've spent 20 minutes on it. I do think it needs, you need to refine it. But, like, at this point, what I think is worth noting is that you are trending to really accentuate low end and pull away from upper mids and top end. So I'm going to go ahead and guess that you're mixing on headphones or in an untreated space. So it's just as you're working quickly, or working through the mix, just be aware that you are, moving, low end heavy. But, I think you need to like iterate on this, take it further. You've just been working on it for a little bit, but there's definitely a very solid idea here. Very cool. We'll bump it again.
Never really saw you coming until you turned me around. Used to think I was nothing, but look at this love we found. So give me your hand, like you took mine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, way up, no more tears. Oh, way up, no more tears. Take that chance, you'll be fine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, way up, no more tears. Oh, way up, no more tears.
Sweet, Conclave. I'm just going to loop this while I eat really fast. Eating music. All right, right on.
turned me around. Used to think I was nothing, but look at this love we found. So give me your hand, like you took mine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, yeah, no more tears. Oh, yeah, no more tears. Take that chance, we'll be fine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, yeah, no more tears. Oh, yeah, no more tears. So give me your hand, like you took mine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, yeah, no more tears. Oh, yeah, no more tears. Take that chance, we'll be fine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, yeah, no more tears. Oh, yeah, no more tears. Never really saw you coming until you turned me around. Used to think I was nothing, but look at this love we found. So give me your hand, like you took mine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, yeah, no more tears. Oh, yeah, no more tears. Take that chance, we'll be fine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, yeah, no more tears. Oh, yeah, no more tears. So give me your hand, like you took mine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, yeah, no more tears. Oh, yeah, no more tears. Take that chance, we'll be fine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, yeah, no more tears. Oh, yeah, no more tears. Never really saw you coming until you turned me around. Used to think I was nothing, but look at this love we found. So give me your hand, like you took mine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, yeah, no more tears. Oh, yeah, no more tears. Take that chance, we'll be fine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, yeah, no more tears. Oh, yeah, no more tears. So give me your hand, like you took mine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, yeah, no more tears. Oh, yeah, no more tears. Take that chance, we'll be fine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, yeah, no more tears. Oh, yeah, no more tears.
Good music to eat too.
Never really saw you coming until you turned me around. Used to think I was nothing, but look at this love we found. So give me your hand, like you took mine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, yeah, no more tears. Oh, yeah, no more tears. Take that chance, we'll be fine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, yeah, no more tears. Oh, yeah, no more tears. So give me your turned me around. Used to think I was nothing, but look at this love we found. So give me your hand, like you took mine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, way up, no more tears. Oh, way up, no more tears. Take that chance, you'll be fine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, way up, no more tears. Oh, way up, no more tears. So give me your hand, like you took mine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, way up, no more tears. Oh, way up, no more tears. Take that chance, you'll be fine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, way up, no more tears. Oh, way up, no more tears. Never really saw you coming until you turned me around. Used to think I was nothing, but look at this love we found. So give me your hand, like you took mine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, way up, no more tears. Oh, way up, no more tears. Take that chance, you'll be fine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, way up, no more tears. Oh, way up, no more tears. So give me your hand, like you took mine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, way up, no more tears. Oh, way up, no more tears. Take that chance, you'll be fine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, way up, no more tears. Oh, way up, no more tears. Never really saw you coming until you turned me around. Used to think I was nothing, but look at this love we found. So give me your hand, like you took mine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, way up, no more tears. Oh, way up, no more tears. Take that chance, you'll be fine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, way up, no more tears. Oh, way up, no more tears. So give me your hand, like you took mine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, way up, no more tears. Oh, way up, no more tears. Take that chance, you'll be fine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, way up, no more tears. Oh, way up, no more tears. Never really saw you coming until you turned me around.
Yeah, for sure. I'll take a look.
I was nothing, but look at this love we found. So give me your hand, like you took mine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, way up, no more tears. Oh, way up, no more tears. Take that chance, you'll be fine. No, I don't ever wanna see you cry. Oh, way up, no more tears. Oh, way up, no more tears.
was down on my luck, had to pick myself up, had to just stop giving a fuck about you.
While I listen, can you give me kind of like an overview of your mastering process? What kind of plugins you're using? What your mindset is? You know, as much as is chattable.
Tell me who I should be, and I know who I am right now. So that's really all you gotta understand right now. And why you acting so fake right now? Why you acting like somebody you ain't right now? You're just wasting your life. Oh well, why not be yourself?
Are you using the imager?
Yeah, I fell on my face, made a ton of mistakes, but that doesn't mean I don't learn from them. Now I'm feeling just fine without you on my mind. Only got one life, gonna love myself right. It don't matter what I'm not or what I could be. I don't need nobody else to tell me who I should be. And I know who I am right now, so that's really all you gotta understand right now. Why you acting so fake right now? Why you acting like somebody you ain't right now? You're just wasting your life. Oh well, why not be yourself?
And do you happen to be using the ozone tonal balance control? I'm kind of like doing, you know, ozone investigations. It's all good. Okay. Okay, so one of the stream games is generally if I can, you know, if I can like deduct some of those things, it means that there's like some kind of like common errors within them. But that said, this isn't bad. It's not. I think. I love your mix. The last mix that you sent in, I thought that was a really great mix. I think this is an okay master. You know, you didn't break it, but there's also definitely stuff left on the table and some slightly detrimental things that I'm imagining that, you know, your mix on this is probably as good as the mix on the other one, which I thought was an excellent mix. You know, like nice balance, nice tones, nice color, nice movement, all the things that are really great in a mix. So to just kind of like blast through it for content, and also, you know, for fun. So like first thing, Ozone Imager is like it's like such a destroyer of tracks, and also like responsible for this kind of like meme of like, and mastering is where you do stereo imaging. And I think that this can ultimately like feed back to getting better mixes, because I think that a lot of people kind of use the Ozone Imager and imaging in general, you know, which are basically phase, you know, plugins to create the illusion of width, or they're it kind of makes you ignore width in the mixing stage and the mixing stage on individual elements, where there are like way cooler and more effective ways to get wide sounding mixes. And also not introduce the phase issues that are kind of inherent to using something like an ozone imager or the fruity imager. Yeah. So I would get width in the mix, and then like the thing, like the imager thing, that's like for holy shit. It's the end of the session, and like all of those are tools for like everything is corrupted and I can't get into the mix and I need to make this stereo. Better than then it's probably better than not doing it. But so mono is a little bit lost in this master, like in the low mids. So we're losing a little bit of that. But then that said, like stereo imaging within the mix, there are so many things to just like, having a strong phantom center, which you do, that gives left and right something to refer to. And then it's a game of contrast. And that comes from, just regular old panning, and then also within the arrangement. If you have a sound over on the left, you can take like the same melody, but with a different instrument, and pan it on the right. Yeah, hard panning fucking rules. I think that the album Sea Change with by Beck, the opening track on it has such gorgeous stereo width, and it's from like the same melodies being played with different instruments, hard left, hard right. And I think that in the nutshell is just like the core of great imaging, where if you can create differences in contrast between left and right, that will give like real width, perceivable width. So, and verbs and stuff, like very cool. So imaging, just delete it. If you're doing like good solid stereo imaging in your mix, you'll be fine. Loudness on this is a little bit tame, and it's also like extra compressed because it has a true peak ceiling of -1, which like I know if you look at the Spotify guidelines, it's like -1 true peak. First off, those change. The guidelines change. And, they're kind of, written by like AES, which a lot of these like loudness guidelines are kind of derived from things like classical music or light jazz, easy listening are where a lot of these like rules come from. And, like the science of the -1 true peak ceiling is that when you convert to AAC, streaming codecs, MP3s, and stuff like that, you lose headroom, and then like your MP3 will be clipping. Now that said, it'll be intersample peak clipping, and it is incredibly debatable as to if it's audible to the final listener, especially on tracks that have like kick and snare. And it's good to audition it, see if it sounds worse. There are things like the mat meter. You can audition through an AAC codec so you can hear the clipping. 99% of the time, it is fine. And not only is it fine, but I would there's an argument to be made that it sounds worse to have a hard ceiling that low, especially if you're trying to get material up to like modern levels. Modern levels even being reasonable, like 12 lufs. Not very loud at all, but like that 12 to 8 range. Even within there, you're putting a whole nother dB of compression onto the track, and you're just squeezing. And also with true peak limiting is like even harsher on transients, so you're just losing depth to your mix. So not only would I argue that like intersample peaking is mostly inaudible, but also true peak limiting generally just does sound worse and is more destructive than intersample clipping. Whatever. So a little conservative on loudness on this master, not bad. Definitely go harder. Raise that ceiling. I don't love the ozone limiter. Yeah, harder, more transparent limiting, and then the tonal balance control. So tonal balance control is like notoriously lacking in top end. It's so easy to get tonal balance control to just like be like your high end is out of control, and it's just a notorious like muddyizer. So I just wouldn't use it. Span is great, and use reference tracks, and meter the references, and then go with that. Here are my preferred span settings. Dropping a video in chat. But like so this track, when the low end I like how the low end sounds, but it's so in a normal dance track, in a normal bass heavy track, we would smiley face it. We would kind of meet the low end with the top end so that it doesn't come across as muddy. So it's that's a classic tonal balance control. Other than that, I thought it was quite nice. It definitely was not bad. If someone heard that and they weren't a fucking nerd, they would be like, "This sounds good," There's more that you could get out of it for sure, but it definitely was not bad. Yes. Take the W. Yeah, I mean, I think that even like competent like self-producers and mix engineers benefit from paying someone to master their stuff, even as a reference. Like when my band does stuff, I'll usually pay like one of my favorite mastering engineers to master it. I ultimately do. Like I wind up mastering it, but I've got a couple of dudes that I think are very good, and and it's also just kind of a way of like bouncing ideas off of them. I'll pay them to master the album, and then I'll, use it as a reference. Just to see like what somebody, especially since I'm a fucking control freak, so I do everything on the back end. But that's my way of getting like an objective ear onto the material, and I think that I know other people that do stuff like that too. SDR. I don't think I know SDR. Let me check. Let me see. Oh, the skull guy. I mean, from forums. I know Skull Man. Oh no, that's Mixed Bus. I think Black's thinking of Mixed Bus TV. Skull Guy is like he's not a YouTube presence. He's a forum presence. He's got kind of a. I know that it's like it's good for the price. Is also what I've heard in forum world, but his setup is like we'll just say non traditional. Yeah, we all know. With the skulls. Well, me. I do recommend me. But also, Steve Burson at Total Sonic Media. He is my next like absolute go to. He's fucking awesome. Super legit. Did like uh Sharon Jones, all of the Daptone catalog, uh the Foo Fighters vinyl mastering. He's awesome and he's, not expensive. But also me. Hell yeah, Steve can do anything. I have this Twitch and I have an Instagram. My website is down because it costs hella fucking money to keep it up, and no one uses it. It's at Atonuv underscore mastering. I'll drop Steve's website too. Nice. I mean, so how you get to the town and city in Bandcamp? I feel like there's like a surcharge on stuff, unless Steve has just like fucking dropped his prices considerably. That does not sound. But I mean, if that's what he's doing, that's kind of sad, honestly. Like, can't be right. Maybe that's like old. Okay, no, here's his updated. I think that's. Yeah, I'm looking at his website. I think he has it worded at the top of the rates page. He's got his online e-mastering package rates based on $35 a track plus $5 for each minute of program material, and then a plus flat rate per each master format. So it's $35 a track plus $5 a minute plus the $15 wave fee. Usually when you just talk to Steve, he'll put it at like $50 a track. If it's like a normal song. I think that's what it ultimately comes out to charging. He just has his way of writing it. Right, Chipotle or professional mastering. Yeah, it's a bit more than that. But it's definitely, yeah. Yeah, give it a look. And Conclave, the way that Bandcamp does like city is through their tagging system, which is the same place that like genre info is. Yeah, get to your homework. Nice to meet you, E-Tune. All right, so if I go to Bandcamp and like if I just search Fargo, North Dakota, You know, first it's going to be like artists named Fargo, songs named Fargo. Okay, basically nothing for Fargo, North Dakota if I search Fargo. But if I go down to Discover, I can add location as a search parameter. And then like search Philadelphia. So it is in there. Black, I've never experienced that crush. Nah, man. Just, damn, R.I.P. Pickled Parrot. Hard pan. Hard pan to your heart's content. Embrace the hard pan. Use span. Use your ears. Yep. LCR, solid. Solid strat. You're safe. Yep, absolutely. If you hard pan something to the left, hard pan something else to the right. Something that matches its, you know, its feel, generally like where it is in the frequency spectrum, transient to non-transient material. You want it to feel, basically even unless you're trying to, ping pong. September is good for that. Hell yeah. All right, time for ads. Those Beatles stereo mixes are just like literally throwaway errors. Like up until White Album, they like Sgt. Pepper's wasn't intended to be stereo. That was something that got done in post. Like the main engineers and Paul McCartney were uninterested in stereo. So a lot of those like weird, wacky decisions, drums hard pan to the left, bass to the right, those were made outside of the sessions. So it's like kind of fun, but it's also quickly didn't become the standard way of doing stereo. Yeah, they were like, nah. Fair enough, Black. I think, you got to go to the mono mixes and then some reissues, like clean up some of the, it's like stereo, like speakers didn't reproduce above 5K like at the time, so there was no, no attention to anything beyond that. Kind of got to do a little like historical listening. But I don't know, there are certain things that are just like universally, I fucking always yeah, the mono mixes are great. Some of the new stereo reissues are interesting. But there are things like the bass tone on the White Album, like Dear Prudence, fucking incredible. Some fun stuff. Revolver drums are like the first instance of close miking, and there's really interesting stuff there, I think. But so it's like very valid to like see issues with the overall mixes. That's like a pretty, I'd say, like valid thing. But then there's the things that are laser focused in on still hold up as like really sweet references for modern stuff. But then there's just then there's just garbage zones for sure that are just like either not being paid attention to in the mix or, trying stuff out for the first time. That the engineering handbook. It's really fucking, it's incredible. Yep. It has everything. It has mics, it has what takes are I think it's Jeff Emmerich's book. I know the lore. He had cancer and his like it was all of his friends and family told him that it would be, it would help him get his mind off of it if he went and recounted all of the Beatles sessions. So he went and he got every single, because he was one of the only people that was there. I want to say I'm almost certain that it's Jeff Emmerich. But he also, there's the studio handbook, and then there's like a retrospective that I think are both by Jeff Emmerich. And the retrospective, which is just like stories and stuff, is usually what shows up in search first. But then the sessions, so so cool because it's every single recall sheet, cue sheet. It's the schedule of every single day in the studio, and it's what microphone was used, how it was used, and then also notes on like what the purpose was, and that is just absolutely man, it's cool. I think it's recording the Beatles. It is not. It is not recording the Beatles. That is the wrong book. Doesn't have the set. It's one with the fucking session notes. Transients are our friends. For Devo Music, thanks for the follow. Yeah, recording the Beatles is cool, but it's not the holy grail one. Beatles. I've like had this several times and then giving it out to other people. And there's one that's just so cool. Yeah, I think it might be the Complete Beatles sessions, the Mark Lewison. I need to see like a page. Yes, this is the one. Yeah, it's the Lewison book. Yeah. Here's how you get feedback. I'm not figuring out the names of books. Okay, yeah, I'm mixing them up a little bit. So it's Jeff Emmerich wrote like the tell-all book, and then it was the EMI balance engineer John Barrett. He was undergoing chemotherapy, and then he went through all the sessions. And then that became the info that Mark Lewison based all of his research on. Yeah, for sure. I know. I think about that book all the time, and it's always a pain in the ass to find it because it's kind of convoluted in the pantheon of boomer lore. Oh, you sent it. Cool. I'll check it out. Dream of you. Long song. Yeah, it doesn't come up right away, and it's the really good one. Right, extended mix. It's all good. Not doing anything else. Trying to figure out books here.
your mind and stay. Yeah. The mistakes that I have made. Dream of you, did I dream of you? Dream of you, or just a memory? Did I dream of you? There's something I can't see. Did I dream of you, or just a memory? Did I dream of you? Dream of you, dream of you, or just a memory? Did I dream of you? There's something I can't see. Did I dream of you, or just a memory? Did I dream of you? There's something I can't see.
All right. Well, good news for your reverb tail. I would recommend getting this mastered again. This is pretty good. All right. I mean, like, it's very smooth. The vibes are super good. And, very pleasant listen. Just a couple of weird things going on here. It's very dull. Very little top end, especially to, play in a modern way and balance out that, like, pretty hefty low end. I would definitely want some of that in. You've got, like, quite a few mono playback issues, which I would think of as a necessity for, like, live performance. A lot of clubs are in mono. A lot of clubs have improperly set up stereo systems. You want a strong mono image. There's a lot of I was checking mono. You always check. So I'm flipping in between, and there's a lot of definition and mid-range detail that gets sucked out in mono. Lead synths and stuff. So mono issues, very dull. And the it's like super it's not very loud, but it's super compressed because it's hard limited to like minus 1.5 dB. So yeah, vocal breakdown section a little bit too quiet. I mean, we've got we're streaming audio and stuff. So basically it's just not as loud or as ultimately nice and squishy as it could be because the ceiling's way too low. for no particularly good reason. How to address mono issues while still keeping stereo width. I mean, by not using things like stereo wideners, but utilizing like panning. Panning is our first thing, and then contrast between left and right. You could do little things like EQ symbols differently on the left side than you do the right side. You can and you can use that as a general philosophy. Do something different on the left than you are doing on the right in arrangement, and then you will have a more perceived width of the stereo. Because the thing is that also, like this said, this feels like everything's just like really pushed out into kind of like a phasey space, and that doesn't really come across as wide on like proper playback. It just comes across as kind of obscured and non-focused, whereas we can get like a much wider feel by just highlighting things differently on left and right. That would be what I would do. And then utilizing things like stereo verbs, stuff like that. So I kind of go with just, panning, contrast, verb, and things like imagers or like phase differentiation. Absolutely last on the list. Maybe used on one element of the mix and a non-crucial element at that. Something that we could just lose, and it's not necessary for the track to feel, powerful. And then also, this kind of seems like, this is kind of classic. It's mono to 100 hertz because, don't make low-end stereo is kind of, it just feels like this is kind of like, I don't know, I'm just analyzing this as just kind of a collection of internet myths or like half-truths is kind of like what I'm looking at. Because like, yes, low-end, mono, phantom center, it's not useful to have stereo information there, so we just, kill headroom, etc., etc. That's true. But then when you're kind of like armed with only that knowledge, then you go like, okay, up to 100, mono. And then after 100, fucking free for all, baby. And it's just like super pushed in width, like, at like 150, whatever arbitrary thing that you kind of picked up from like a YouTube tutorial. It's just like 120 is the magic mono point. And then it's fucking crazy in stereo width. And what you want to see and what you'll see in like a lot of like super pro things, but also sometimes not super pro or whatever they are, super pro, but they'll still do this. But you want to kind of see a ramping up of stereo information after that mono point, not just the like brick wall and then super spread out. Because you got to think of it as it's becoming stereo information gets progressively less effective the lower you go, and more effective the higher you go. Sound is more directional. So to just dump stereo information at like 200 hertz, which is still kind of low in the overall scheme of things, is also silly. You could have a little as a treat, but you want it to kind of gradually get in there. And then the more that you can like harness stereo information higher up in the mix, first off, it's less of a big deal if it collapses in mono. And then also the higher a sound is, the more directional it is. So if there's not a bunch of gobbledy shit like taking up information in the sides, and then you just get hit with like 2K on the left side and 4K on the right side, super directional, and your ears get pulled to those like locations much more effectively. So when there's not, extra just bullshit dragging down at 300, that higher end stereo information is more effective. I wasn't watching chat, so if anyone was saying anything, I was on my shit. So those are kind of like, those are not, I wouldn't say that increasing in stereo width and increasing in stereo volume, I don't think those are separate processes. So I guess that the thing is that if you're only, are you on like FL Studio? Or like if you're only thinking of stereo Ableton, okay. So if you're only thinking of like stereo as a function of width, like an imager or some sort of like stereo width plugin, then I think that that is, you know, part of the issue. So first off that, and then, how much volume is on the sides will be a function of how wide you have made things. So these are an intertwined relationship. So it's both. Make it less wide, lower in the spectrum, and also less volume on the sides, lower in the spectrum. However, whichever way you get there would be good. But yeah, stereo needs work. It's really dull, and the limiter is super goofy. I'd get it remastered because a lot of those are mastering issues. I'd be curious to hear the mix versus the master. Yeah, I'm a mastering engineer for sure. I'll do a little listen and compare. We can have a battle. Stream battle. I'm just kidding. I'm not that confrontational. I'm just having fun. But also, yeah, you've done it, Conclave. Well, I got hypnotized. The mastering service is right here. This is the link. I've got my Insta. It's a ton of mastering. That is the Insta handle. I do all of my interneting here and there. For sure, hit me up anytime. Alright, I've got hypnotize. It does not want to download. Let me just open up a new tab. I've downloaded so many things today. There we go. Hmm. These. New code base. Who this? Cool. Oh, per Devo, I'm like routing through my analog chain. Got to start on this. Yeah, I think that your original mix is quite nice. I like what's going on here. It is. I think that you're just like. I'm wondering, what are you monitoring on? Okay, HS5 and headphones. So like the HS5 is like notoriously harsh. For good reason. Headphones, pretty easy to like turn down high end. Car speakers are a whole nightmare of engine phase problems. So I think that within your mix, you're pulling back from top end pretty heavily. So it's like there is a dullness that is present on the mix. It's not addressed on the master. It's going to keep you a happy client because like in your given location, it's probably very harsh on top end. But then you bring in like a reference within like house or deep house, techno. It's just going to be very hard to compete in like an extended mix. Yeah, so I would bring in a reference when you're mixing and then just kind of be very aware of everything above 10K. I think that you're pulling back very naturally from that area. So then hyping it in post is kind of diminishing returns. Yeah, for sure, dude. Yeah, you're pretty stereo still there. It's basically unchanged. For better or for worse, the master is just a louder version of the mix. Basically straight gain. Which it's keeping keeping the vision alive. But I think that addressing those issues could make this a bit punchier, stronger, sleeker, a little more of a banger. But the construction and the tones and everything are quite nice. Very lovely. Cool, right on. Hit me up anytime. Totally not NJ. I'm pretty good. How you doing? For sure, dude. Okay, for anyone that is just tuning in or hanging out, you can send me tracks for feedback. Here's how you do it. I've got a new song out there. I produced this. It's called Quit Your Day Job. We're running up streams in the second week. Crucial time to hit play. Like, follow, subscribe. Also, for the time being, anyone who subs and gifts a sub can send me stems, and they will get a free tutorial mix live on stream. How cool. That's what we're doing. That's what's happening. We've listened to a lot of music today. Busy stream. One of the busiest in a while. How cool. All right, Conclave, I will do some copy pasting. Make that big ass CSV. The mix tutorial, so it's if you've got stems and you sub and gift a sub, you can send in those stems. I will tutorialize your own mix. Yeah, I see the comments and it looks good. It'd be sexy to figure out a scraping solution for. I mean, I see the speed and slickness of Redivo. That's awesome. Yeah, come by anytime. Drive link is totally fine. Send it on over. The CSV for venues, I see it's like utility and purpose, and there's like a very easy database to plunder. Finding some way to scrape bands or like active, users of music. Like maybe there's a Spotify database. I'm just spitballing. Something in there that can give like a real, up to date. Because that is, when doing the task, that is something that is a real pain in the nuts. I'll put on my thinking cap. I'm trying to figure out like the like killer app kind of broad overview, the mastering engineer overview. But I do like this. This is it looks very clean, and it definitely does it. I like the commenting.
Like I don't know who you are.
More comments. Beautiful.
Without me, without you. No, I don't know where we'd be if we were worlds apart. And I feel like I don't know who you are. Gazing at the stars. And I feel like I don't know who you are. I just need to play my part in finding out who we are. Even if our worlds apart. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Even if our worlds apart. Even if our worlds apart. I will be okay.
Name, email, genre, capacity, city, state. Fair enough. This is nice for an hour. So the biggest thing here is the acoustic guitar is a little bit boomy. I'd cut back on 100 to 200 or 300. Within the arrangement, there's no bass, so I think you're just kind of naturally cranking it, but it does on the instrument and the given recording of the guitar, it just sounds boomy and unnatural. So I would bring that in, and then that's going to help the mix fall into place a little bit because, like, the guitar is a little bit boomy, the vocals are a little bit hyped. So starting with controlling the low end of the guitar, that's going to put you in a much better place. But it's a very lovely song, and I like what you've done. That's stereo imaging is a little bit wide. Cut back on that, but it's nice.
Even if our worlds apart.
Na 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 na.
I think that the boominess of the guitar is a major issue.
Even if our worlds apart. Even if our worlds apart. I will be okay.
Yeah. Dial that in and you got something very nice. Yeah, I mean, Ozone is you will not destroy the track, but you won't make it any better, and it might wind up a little bit worse. But it is not the shittiest thing in the world. It is totally fine. Yeah. Loudness is part of it. Quality control, checking for issues, a little bit of EQ balance. It's the art of listening. That's the big picture answer. This was a pretty busy stream. The busiest in a while. New track is out. Needs a little push. Needs some plays, some likes, some follows. I've dropped the link in chat. And then you can hit the feedback command for instructions on how to send me a song. And NJ, thank you. Thank you for the like. Good energy. Good chatter. Let's see. Anyone who subscribes and gifts a sub can get a you can send me your stems and I'll do a tutorial mix on your song. How cool. All right, that is today's content. Let's play some Conclave. Let's get some Conclave blasting up in here. Support appreciated. Oh, that's cool, Conclave.
This one is dedicated to all the raiders in the nation. This one is dedicated to all the raiders in the nation.
All right, I'm gonna let my dogs out. I think we'll hang in for a long stream, but I'm gonna take like a little bit of a break. Enjoy the Conclave.
This one is dedicated to all the raiders in the nation. Hardcore to This one is dedicated to all the raiders in the nation. dedicated to all the raiders in the nation.
Davey, what's up? This track slams. I am gonna tame the amens just a little. Just a little bit of 5K.
This one's dedicated to all the raiders in the nation. Hardcore to ink. Hardcore vice to ink. Hardcore to ink. Hardcore vice to inks. This one's dedicated to all the raiders in the nation.
For sure, send it on in. I will help you in your time of dire need. The grind never stops. NJ, that's far too sensitive. Grind set mindset. Sigma dominance. Get those tunes going. No, dude, be good to yourself, hydrate, get some sleep. Oh, I'm all about that insomniac life. For sure. The quick idea, Jot. That is for real.
Why do you do this? When in the moment, couldn't see your behavior was toxic for me. Eternal optimist, I make the best of it. Couldn't see your behavior was toxic for me. Why do you do this? When in the moment, couldn't see your behavior was toxic for me. Eternal optimist, I make the best of it. Couldn't see your behavior was toxic for me. Why do you do this? When in the moment, couldn't see your behavior was toxic for me. Eternal optimist, I make the best of it. Couldn't see.
That dropped beat is a little straight. I feel like it highlights like a little bit of like a kick and bass relationship issue, and it might just be on the like dropped stutter beat. The side chain might be a little weird there. It's kick and bass sound great throughout the rest of the drop. It's at that moment. I feel like you might need to automate your compression there. It just highlights it's not just the drop beat, it's how it's interacting with the bass. That's just not 100% on point.
Optimist, I make the best of it. Couldn't see your behavior was toxic for me. Why do you do this? When in the moment, couldn't see your behavior was toxic for me. Eternal.
Okay. And then I can hear how tuned the vocal is. It's right at like 400, 500 hertz. It's like it's like the fundamental tone of the note. It's super highlighted, and it's like the sine wave, and it's like it's purely like music producers be like this, but I can hear the fucking like melodyne drag of like that. I just hear the fucking sine wave. Um uh yeah, I wouldn't worry about loudness. It's probably just a stream thing. Loudness is nice. Um and overall,
Why do you do this? When in the moment, couldn't see your behavior was toxic for me. Eternal optimist.
yeah, it's like the kick and bass relationship is like right on the edge of the kick being a little bit too aggressive with gain reduction on the side chain, but it's on the edge, you know? It's not bad on at face value, but just the fact that we can kind of hear in that moment on the stutter, we really feel how intense the side chain is, and I think that it reveals itself in that moment, and then it's like a magician giving away their trick. So I would either automate that moment, or decrease gain reduction a little bit.
Eternal optimist. I make the best of it. Couldn't see your behavior was toxic for me.
Other than those little things, this is a very smooth ride, and I enjoy it. I think it's nice. I think you're doing a good job. Yeah. I would try getting rid of it on the stutter. I would see if that makes it feel a little more natural. If that doesn't work, I would reduce gain reduction on the sidechain for the rest of the track, because it is right on the edge. And then take a look at the vocal and pull in info probably at like 450. It's somewhere between 400 and 500. Just like a really prominent, like toony, kind of like roomy, boxy sine wave. Nice. Dynamic EQ would be good for that. Hey. Another chalk it up. Clip it and ship it, boys. Another win for Atonuv. I'll just hold this W. Every day we be winning. on the Atonuv stream.
Why do you do this? When in the moment, couldn't see.
Yeah, most of the band quit day jobs post COVID. There's kind of like there's like, layers of meaning there. There were like a couple of venues that we worked for regularly that like used the pandemic to like run fundraisers to pay their employees and then never paid any of the longtime staff a dime and then laid everyone off and then, blah, blah, blah. So like you learn that, you're not defined by your job and they do not value you like family, even if you put in, years and years of overtime and, doing little side missions for them off work, all of that. But then, so, there's like that. There's that kind of like, quit your day job, work sucks kind of element. But then you look at the lyrics and it's like you squeeze till you wrung it dry. I've crushed all the joy. That it's the, the double-edged nature of like taking something that you love and making it your job. And then how do you balance, maintaining joy for something while also trying to avoid that just becoming the next grind. That is that's the song in a nutshell. Thank you. Just full of relatable content. Nothing but relatable.
This one is dedicated to all the ravers in the nation. This one is dedicated to all the ravers in the nation.
All right. It's the Atonuv stream. Conclave all the time. Sometimes I make you all live in conclave all the time because my life is conclave all the time. And that's good. It's good. Um, fuck. It's 4 hours into this stream, which is not that long, but also this is day 9 or 10. I've lost track of the stream streak, which I have been streaming every single day since whenever it was that I started, in addition to all the other streaming that I do. But this is a streak. And I have been running, with the exception of today. Today is the first day that I haven't had a recording session first thing in the morning. So, I'm just so filled with insanity, in all honesty, going nuts. I work in the studio, which is a black box, and it has a window, but it doesn't go to the outside. It goes to another room. I'm just in a room looking at another room, and I'm in this room for about 18 hours a day. I watch I'm rewatching The Venture Brothers from the beginning so that I can watch the series finale movie. But also that's like a task in and of itself, because it's going to leave HBO Max. They're like taking the show off of streaming the exact moment that the movie comes out. That's insane. What a bad choice. Boo! Corporate mega overlords of like my entertainment. So bad at it. I hate it. So that is my bright spot in the day, that I'm trying to just I've turned it into a chore, a task to watch a cartoon before it leaves streaming. So it is that has a deadline. Everything I'm doing has a deadline. I'm also like doing mix. I have a couple of albums to mix. I do that. So it's like studio time, and then I mix. I can't mix them on stream. Not everyone's on board with me doing their stuff on, rightly so, because, I'd be leaking everyone's stuff all the time. So I like studio session, mix. Hop onto stream, answer your questions, which I love doing, give feedback, and I love the stream. I wish that, honestly, I fucking love this stream. I've been doing it since 2020, and it's so cool. Y'all are the best. If I could do anything, like more than anything else, it would be stream. I would love to have a wide streamer viewing base with just enough subs to basically subsidize full mixing communism. No more like commercial stuff. No like Garbo clients. None of that. Just stream. That would be awesome. That's I'm just putting it out there. The Atonuv manifesto is also, again, content. I'm just sitting in this box. Right, we can all be ozone together. Hell yeah. Full communal ozone. Man. Yeah. So this is fun. I do love doing this. Dynamic EQ did do the trick. Hell yeah. Again, another classic Atonuv W. This one's for the win. Cool. I mean, that's awesome. I'm happy that you got it all tightened up. The track's going to be great. Anyway, my brain is just falling out of my eyeballs. Conclave. How fitting. I'm still working on your mix. This one can get pretty fucking loud. FYI. Loud. Do go loud.
This one's dedicated to all the raiders in the nation. This one's dedicated to all the raiders in the nation. This one's dedicated to all the raiders in the nation.
I can toss my SSL into like a classic 4K mode. And it's kind of shittier. I almost feel like it's a more appropriate flavor for kind of like that Mackie mixer kind of like proper shit sound. This is an entirely different process. This is just like a shittier compressor setting. But it might be like the right kind of shitty. On. Off. On. Off. On. Oh, yeah. So, I mean, that's older. You know, that's an older sound. That's like the 4K SSLG. So it's definitely not. It's not as open. It's not as nice sounding. It kind of kills a little bit of like top and bottom extension. You know, just like a roll off. So it's like definitely not new. It's not modern. It's not hi-fi, but it does push mids in the way that like an older board would. And I don't know. I mean, it's like the hi-fi part of me misses the extension, but then the like proper, like the grit.
This one's dedicated to all the raiders in the nation. This one's dedicated to all the raiders in the nation. This one's dedicated to all the raiders in the nation.
Yeah, I mean, that beats it up pretty bad. It definitely sounds worse, but it also sounds awesomer. You know what I mean? Is that little fucking that the sauce? A little fucking Salt Bay?
This one is dedicated to all the raiders in the nation.
Disgusting.
This one is dedicated to all the raiders in the nation.
quite a bit of hair on it. I don't know. That might just be fun for me. I did kind of love it. It's not pristine by any means, but it just got that crunch. Call this disgusting, brothers. That's just a button press. Pretty easy to do on or off. Kind of ruins some of the nicer stuff about it, but not like fatally so, I don't. Kills some of the cork sniffing portions in exchange for awesomeness. Ads. Always improving. "400 lines deep. The code improves." I'll be back in a second. One entry. A second entry complete. Third entry entered. Read me. Well, that's nice. I'm compiling this data. Transients are our friends. Manel, what's up? I don't know. Not a lot is. It's been kind of a busy day. Okay, you get some sleep, Conclave. Hang out tomorrow. I should have like a little test CSV for you. For Alabama. For all your Alabama booking needs. I was putting. Yeah, I'll just move it in the file. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm doing venue, email, genre, cap, city, state. That's what I'm doing. Great. Good night, Conclave. Sweet. Hard pan, changing your life. That's awesome. You're really leveling up just by hanging out. You're just absorbing information from the Atonuv stream. That's very cool. That rules. That's very cool. I think I'm starting to get super tired, so I'm going to go ahead and call it for the night. The streak is alive. Long live the streak. Stream the song. Feedback the feedbacks. This has been really good. This is my favorite stream of the streaks